All right, well, now that I got back to where I was because I didn't save, shall we? Here we go, boys. 6 hours. I'm ready. What's up, Haslar? Oh, I should probably lower this a little bit. Is that the Nintendo 3DS technology right there? Or not even. Nintendo DS technology? Oh, shit. This is the power of 2 screens. Not only is this case super long, but it adds a whole bunch of mechanics that involve the touchscreen. Anyway. F for my voice going forward. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. The Xbox touchscreen. Yeah, it's just on the controller, look. Why do I come here to the office every day? You have to use smart glass. Yo, Weedy, thank you for the 1010. Figure it's finally sub a tipped. Why don't you play the worst case in the game? Don't at me. Forehead. Well, Weedy doesn't like this case, man. People say this is like the best one. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for the 1010, though. It's not like I want to work. There you are. Finally. Where have you been? Dude, she has fucking Jimmy's goggles, dude. Is it Wednesday? My sister trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney Mia Fey. What?
I'm about to bust.
You're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. She's dead. So you are the coffee boy. I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait. You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yep, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney. Yep, 4-0. Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Oh, more bits! Oh, what? Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. Who the fuck are you? My name's Emma. Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Alright. Let me pull up this guide here. Yo, Marwana, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Hey, Ray, this is for the gold cheer badge, by the way. Oh, shit. We have a Puerto Rican salute so soon? Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. We got a salute. Gold cheer badge, all for Pink Yoshi. Where are you? Here we go. There it is. Here we go for Rwanda and Orange Yoshi. Shout out to John.
De Borinquen, donde he nacido yo, es un jardín florido de mágico primor, un cielo siempre nítido cuidan arrullos plácidos.
Thank you very much, Mirwanda. Enjoy your gold bit badge. And hopefully, you enjoyed the Puerto Rican salute. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Back to it. Am I recording? Yeah. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator. Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. What, you're you're a fetus. How are you an investigator? Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. You're still in high school. My work is becoming quite well known at my age, no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. Yeah. But I'm ready to do my job at my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Maya Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know? I keep saying Maya. Mia. How would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't falter for lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Yeah! Well, it is nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Oh, all murdery? Yeah, I would too. But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Ka-chow. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am, it's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. What was that about? Oh, shit, it's Cousin It! Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow, and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. You can tell this girl doesn't fuck around because she has, like, those shoulder things. Like the shoulder tassels. And medals? I'm sorry. What exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for the district. You're a prosecutor? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma? Lana? I mean, they're just like... Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Nope. We're good. There's something you should know from the start. Which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. What? Wait, but the suspect... The suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk. Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. Yo, Rage Art, thank you for the 16 months of Tier 3 goodness. So who is the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. Please don't let it be Dick Gumshoe. By you. Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. Literally every time she opens her mouth, it's bad news. So you're the chief prosecutor. That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. It's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh. In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't... Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh. I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from the office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia, hey, it was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different. She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. What? Excuse me. Intellectually attracted. Lana was stopping for class in school. Uh-huh. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good at school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright. Excuse me. As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana. Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes, but something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm gonna find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. What is that button on her goddamn jacket? Of an O face, essentially. That's an actual nut face she has as a button. Also, she's carrying, like, vials of goo. Weird. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Oh, okay. Okay. What am I drinking? Diet Dr. Pepper. DDP. Diamond Dallas Page. Oh, look, a ladder. I'm sure I'm going to have to click on that later for an achievement I'm going to get in 30 hours. So this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey, everyone. Keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my coworkers 3 years from now after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Even though I'm wearing an all-blue suit and have porcupine hair. I'm not trying to stand out, by the way. Hey there. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? McCree! What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall. Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina, I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. If you're... Oh my god, he has finger guns. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? Wait, what? You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What does that even mean? What's this guy talking about? I thought he was drinking the knife. You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Was that, Ombre a friend of yours? Kind of. Sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems? Alright. So, examine the car. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. Like I said before, I'm about to bust. Thank you for the pre-order. You'd best be moseying along unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? This guy's drinking on the job. Well, well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vitals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor. This guy is annoying. Yeehaw. 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office. Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vitals Saloon Cerveza. Takes cosplay to a whole new level. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you want, just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Great. Maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check them out, or check it out. So we got to examine the wallet. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this. Please, just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? It sounds like theft to me. Wallet hastily stuffed into the pocket. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Oh, don't say that. Not like that. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay now, look at the court record.
I'm about to bust.
You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Thank you for the pre-order. Now let's start examining from every angle. Oh, okay. So it's like in Resident Evil where you have to like... another Capcom game, no less. We have to rotate objects. All right. The DS power. Oh, look, I think there might be a clue. You should check it out with the press of the A button. Who's this guy? This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman is my favorite Funhouse member. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID added to the court records. Okay. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Excuse me, were you two all set? Us? Oh. Does she have... Is that like a rice thing in her hat? Huh. Okay. What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello. Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passerbys. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone, even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up, huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you forget it. Or don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yipes. She means it. I don't know if she meant that in like a threatening way or a sex way. Alright, so we need to get all the lunch boxes for a trophy. Most will be shown automatically during story progression. However, some need certain actions. Okay, so we need to present this. A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? That sounds disgusting. Wow, it's really crunchy. A box of pickles? Pickle Rick! Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. Okay, so we got that. Somehow I knew yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday? Was yesterday special for someone? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there's some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Don't admit that to me. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew! The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday, it was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So exactly what was it that you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to the world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. Yo, Dare the Butcher, see you later.
I'm about to bust.
How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels late. Thank you for the pre-order, by the way. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Lunchboxes of sin, aka the nacho Lunchables. Those are the lunchboxes of sin. Pizza's fine. The little sandwiches, the little cracker sandwiches are fine, but the nacho ones are not. We've gone over this. If you disagree, I will ban you. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. Okay. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Ah, never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of the Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance.
I'm about to bust.
So thank you for the pre-order. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. This shirt is not black. This shirt is black, not. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. What? Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure case or cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, cough up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Alright. Okay. Prosecutor's office back out. Now we gotta examine the ladder. Aha! A ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Alright, good news. That's number 2 of many. And it's all the same. Is it a ladder? Or is it a step ladder? I think it's a ladder. Aren't step ladders, like, supposed to be smaller? I think there's like 10. Yeah, it is a ladder, right? Yeah, we have step ladders in the fucking... for the store. They do not look like that. Alright, I think that's the last one in this game, so... Anyway, so we need to move to the High Prosecutor's office. Yeah, that's a full-size ladder. Nah, it's a step ladder. It has steps. I wonder if that's his argument. Oh, the Steel Samurai. This is the kind of room that just screams I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something up there. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix, right? You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? Yeah, I wonder who works here. That voice. Yup. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere. Of course, I'm his biggest fan. Uh-oh. Excuse me. My sister introduced us once, and... Right, her sister's the chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No. Did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty, bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. Oh, God. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. God damn it. God damn it, Edgeworth. Why is it always you? Yo, King Gamer, Trifect, Flipmander, Abunai Gaming, Lucium, Dare, Rowan, Natalix, thank you for the resubs. Free Shrugs guy, 500 bits. So has the vote started yet for ladder versus step ladder? If not, put it towards standard ladder. There's no vote. It's a ladder. It's not even close. I can't cheer my own channel, but I would. It's a ladder. It's not a step ladder. Did I save? I'm saving again. Especially what happened last time. Alright, let's examine this. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Thank you, Emma, for using your scientific brain to point that out. Of prosecutors, huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Whoa, Emma. Could you calm down with what you're saying? Emma, I need you to fucking relax, all right? I mean, I don't think there's any black people in this game, which is kind of an issue, now that I think about it. But still, that doesn't give you the right. It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutors each year. What? So that K, that K stands for King. Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, but better. Okay. There's a ladder here in the room. The parking garage has a step ladder. No, they're both a ladder. This is a ladder on wheels. Because he has all these books that he probably hasn't read. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh. Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes. Right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works, yeah? I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday. Deej, with the 250 bits, put these towards it's a ladder. There's no bit war. It's a ladder. Those are both ladders. The case. So the body was found in your car. Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait. No, she didn't do that, I mean. Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Skye. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't say... Where's Craig? We need the ladder man here. We need Craig, a.k.a. the ladder man, to help us solve this. He is the authority. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me too, to think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, What'd you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth? It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield. There's got to be a story behind that one. Opus, I know it's a close race, but every bit helps. I'll put these toward ladders. 500 bits. Put this to them both being ladders. It's not a close race. No one has cheered to step ladder because it's not a step ladder. It's a ladder. It's one-sided. It's not a battle at all. Chief Prosecutor Sky, yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago, I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she is not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth's knife added to the court record. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Google says it's a stepladder. I mean, what? You gotta use Bing. Bing is a superior search engine. I mean, it's a ladder. And then Deej, of course Deej puts money towards stepladder. Fuck you. Fuck both of you. Ferris. Oh, Ferris. $20 is for stepladder. It's a ladder. It's not even a. It's a ladder. Am I taking crazy pills? It's a ladder. A stepladder is smaller and has like 2 steps. What are we doing? Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing, a ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield. I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves in our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. That's a mood. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. That's parking stub, okay? What up, Astro Boy? This is the parking stub from the parking lot. The underground lot, rather. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Who the fuck is this? Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth... but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? What did you find... Excuse me, what? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation's going at all. Sky, sir? Wait, what happened to his hand? Why is it wrapped up? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. No in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir, Oh my god. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware. Oh, give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. Whimper. But, sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains, and good luck. Got him. Right? Yes, sir. Yeah, you caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as the patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down at least. Alright, now we have to go to the police department entrance. Alright, let's do that. Oops. Okay. Oh my god, it's that fucking terrifying thing. Alright, Wild Snoop Doge, Xanarith, thank you for the resubs. Wanna Beast, thank you. Free Shrug Guy with the 500 bits. Oh, hell no, I shrug most things off, but I will now not allow this. Ladder Boys, Dirt Bacon, Step Ladder, Bingo Dallas, Firefox says it's a step ladder. Who uses Firefox? It's Google Chrome now. Emac, 1000 bits, Ladder Squad, Rise Up, Pit My Hind. I joined the stream late, but what if I can tell it's a step ladder? It's not a step ladder, dude! So then what do you call an actual step ladder? What do you call it, a baby ladder? Please. Opera says step ladder. Okay, but what does Netscape say? It's a child ladder. Woo! We're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to the criminal affairs next door. Hold on. What's that? That's horrifying is what it is. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? This looks like a character out of Parappa the Rappa. Vengeful fate, I've only ever had step ladders. I've never known my real ladder. That's pretty funny. Oh, wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh. He noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Yes! It's Gumshoe! Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why are you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Examine the Blue Badger. I was wondering about that. What, the dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. Oh, God, not again. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery-powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the battery dies. That seems like an oversight.
I'm about to bust.
Weedy 2525 put this toward child ladders. Yes, step ladder. I agree. Thank you. Also, thank you for the pre-order. Poor Blue Badger fated to dance until he drops. Alright, go back to talking. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. What? Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh. It's sensitive issues with us these days. So what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true, we've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you. I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Alright. Back out. Presents. What is it? Goodness ID. Detective Gumshoe? What can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But did you work... Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Okay, present the knife. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, what could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. And then, King Prosecutor's Trophy. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. So this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective, like me, Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too, but Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot, and Lana's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Yeah, the last case. Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually stronger ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. No one wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is, what's his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall? Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Nice. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and no one will look at you twice, pal. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the parking lot. Bump, 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 bump. Greedy, thank you for the 500 bits. Blindsided, Skadoosh, Waluigi, The Sad, Herps, thank you for the subs and the resubs. Greedy for the bits. And DLR Cute, the $5. According to Bing, a step ladder is a short folding ladder with flat steps and a small platform, while a ladder is a structure that consists
I'm about to bust.
essentially of two long-sided pieces joined at intervals by cross pieces on one. Yes, that's a ladder! That's a ladder! There's no place to step. You just climb to the top of it. There's no platform on it. Bullshit. No. That's not a step ladder. Bing has lied to you. It's a ladder. So is the argument that you can't fold a ladder? That a ladder is just one thing? Is that what you're saying? Well, you're all fucking stupid. A step ladder is tiny. That's a ladder. I know you're all coming at me with evidence, but I will die on this ladder. Or I will die on this hill about the ladder. Hold on. This is a good tweet. Let me I gotta retweet that later. It's been years and we still don't know. What's on screen right now? This is a ladder. Without a doubt, that's a ladder. Okay. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry. Looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, hey, it's you again. Oh, still here. Hello. Why the surprise looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. Wait, what happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Alright, we need to give you this letter. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Well, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a second. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective for hire? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands tomorrow. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Alright. So. Zucifer with the $5. That's a step ladder, and I have evidence to prove it, Your Honor. You don't have shit! You're out $5. I'm keeping the money. It's a ladder. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Why is he drinking on the job? Because he doesn't give a shit. He's dressed as a cowboy, for fuck's sake. Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. I'm going to live to 212 then. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stabbed to the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Alright. Can't wait for that to be updated 18 times. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with Chief Prospector. Did I say prospector or prosecutor? I said prospector. Chief Prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot. So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Okay. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. They do. Huh. I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation. Alright. Okay. Whoop! Examine the cell phone.
I'm
looks
about
like a
to
cell phone.
bust.
Hey, thank you for the pre-order. FrameRatePreorders.com, where you can get this gold crown shirt. $1 bills, yo! It's sparkly. In conclusion, it was the stepladder who committed the crime. The normal ladder was framed. Listen, I can't argue about this shit anymore, alright? Because I'm going to lose my voice before we finish this case. Let's just all agree that I'm right and you're wrong. And you have to give me a lot of money for me to think otherwise. Sound good? Good. Go team. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Should we check it out? Of course. Rotate the phone until you see the blue button on it. Guess it does it on its own. Okay. This phone still has the redial screen. Redial, Mr. Wright. Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. Does Phoenix Wright not know how a cell phone works? You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know things. I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Alright. Now to see who the owner of the last call was. Note to self, defense attorney doesn't think first. He just pushed the button. Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Ah, oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is that anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone, except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that. Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. It's true. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Alright. Now we have the cell phone. Examine the trunk of the red car. Phoenix, what's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. You're right. Let's see. 67S122. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe he fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the court record. Back out. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a goldmine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow, oh, he does say prospector instead of prosecutor. Okay, so I read that thing right before. Is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided. Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's the dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will. Someone's up to something here. But who? Hello, Leslie. Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranged testimonies, you mean. He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person. Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. It's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some proper load them with deals. What you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are you doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report and a note from the victim and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? That phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Uh-oh. Detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. To be continued. Bum bum. Yo, N7 Elvis, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate it, man. Alright. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole big thing is a big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes, a defense attorney should never believe their clients. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Yeah, Steeler Man, thank you for the 19 months. Night Moon, no. I did not. Well, there's no reason to in the guide. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. Hey, question, are all these stories connected? I'm sorry, are these games connected? I figured they would be. Okay. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skies committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow. He's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well, then call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. The cough-up queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Ho ho! Caviar! I've never eaten caviar before.
You're my dad. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Yo, Drumple, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Your first 5 gifted subs on the channel. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everyone who just got gifted a sub, enjoy your 59 emotes, and you can talk in chat now. Poe, thank you for the 29 months. The judge is really wolfing it down. Ah, and for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? Is it too early for lunch? Or it is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Well, I see the meme keeps continuing. Me? The name is Angel Star. I don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Aha! I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? The crime scene took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with a knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. That is a very tiny lot for an office. You are correct. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? I mean, if by crush little hope you mean my head between your thighs, yes. If you can, then, give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Somehow, I always knew my day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garage car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Yes, as opposed to trying to stab him with the blunt handle. Bring a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. Yeah, he fell on it. You may cross-examine the witness. I'm like extra paranoid now since I didn't save last time. Alright. So we have to press her on somehow. I always knew a day like this would come. How'd you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro. As you know, my testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well, you may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox. This boyfriend, he's the detective. Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several. Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? What? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, those are the people that cheer the most. Whoever cheers the most, you move up in rank or down. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up to the second level, or it's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed... oh, that's not what we need. Through the wire fence. There we go. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Mr. Edgeworth's. Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. Yo, 64 plus 5, thank you for the 1,000 bits. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. She's telling the truth. We're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, You are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline before. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took a photo? Or you took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging around it or hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo added to the record. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So what was the defendant doing at this time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. So, to show her this.
Objection!
And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl. Lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts. Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever. Objection. Yet it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection!
That's how you do it. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problems here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? All right, so I have to choose no problem to get a lunchbox. I'll save just in case this fucks it up, but I don't think it will. Now you mention it, I see no problem here. Other than myself. Mr. Wright, you can't just let him walk all over you. That's sad. Feeling sad, Mr. Wright? Perhaps a bittersweet first love lunchbox is in order. Cool. So that's another one. Well, that was a waste of time. Let's continue with the testimony. Perhaps I should have dug a little deeper. Alright, the chief prosecutor was holding a knife. Oh, I'm going to do the same thing again. But this time pick the other one. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Okay, so...
Objection!
We could skip this because it's the same dialogue. God, it's so much faster. Oh my god, it's so fast when you hold B. Oh my god. It's so fast. Alright, anyway, so now we hit objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in the photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. All right. Let's present Mr. Edwards' knife. Objection! Witness, do you know what time or what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody... Oh. Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. The knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. What? Order, order, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Fuck. I had some Tide Pods before the stream, I'm sorry. Got food on the mind. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. I mean, we still have 6 hours in this case, so we have a ways to go. Right? I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. Isn't that what The Rock said? In, like, The Ring, sometimes? What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Oh, it's poontang. Poontang pie? Different kind of pie. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive the human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound like a bit premeditated, doesn't it? Or it sounds a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay. Nothing else could drive the human machine and plunge the knife in again and again. Present Goodman's autopsy reports. Objection! You say she stabbed again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise, that is just straight up grass. That is grass in a box. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Ah. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got... Oh my god, that's just ketchup on rice with a fork. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from the victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw. So tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. Let's present the crime photo. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. Oh, God. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Holy shit, he's going in. He is going in. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Huh, harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? A chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things, accurately at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be the moment of truth. Alright, here we go again. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to the side, where there's a ladder! I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator. This one. A leopard woman. Rawr. XD. Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you will. Oh, yeah, what's the difference between poisonous and venomous? I'm not gonna get to... That's a whole different thing, but what's like... Is venomous you die, poison you get sick? Venom gets injected, poison if you eat it. Oh, that makes sense. I will always fuck that up. Because in my simple P-shaped mind, those words are interchangeable. But not ladder and stepladder. Those are very different. You can drink venom and be fine? Yeah, dude, I drink Malta all the time, and I'm A-okay. Alright, we gotta press her on. I quickly caught her. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said. I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Press her. I like to see this on the floor plan just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there's a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing! The cough-up queen lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over that fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. Okay. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word. So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes. The chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean. Ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. Nope, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car and the ladder, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing, whatever happened to good testifying. Near the venom. You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Okay. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall but had to use her cell phone instead. Okay, so we have to do... whoops. There we go. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. Oh, hey, man. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You, who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Look at the floor plans. Look at the Carfax. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making the phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Oh, shit! On the ropes, dude! What? What? What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told in court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about me saving, so I don't fuck this up. Alright, so what she saw. This will get me a lunchbox. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Skye using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Alright, that was okay. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh. Dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. You ordered the patooey? The patooey on rice, right? Patooey. Yo, Tachyon Knight, Dangerous, Android, thank you for the resubs, guys. Dregan, and Level 2 Zubat as well. Mr. Wright. Oh, that's the first time I lost health. And I thought you had something there. One more try. I see it in your eyes. You have learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told in court. So what happens if your life bar goes down? Do you game over and have to start over? I actually want to know. I mean, I'm not going to do it, obviously, but what happens? Do you start the whole case over, or do you just start, like, the trial? Oh, you start from last save. Oh, God. That's right, no autosave. Yikes. Oof. Oh, hey, babe, how was your nap? All right, so we did that, and then we do the order of events. Oh, and then this will get me another one. Yes, you'll receive damage from choosing the wrong answer, but you should be fine. So we gotta do this one. She lied about the order of events. Miss Sky used the emergency phone before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. That took the wind out of her sails. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would anyone use the emergency phone before the murder? Huh? Just when you think he can't sink any lower, he amazes us. I applaud you, Mr. Wright. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? No! Who would want that? I guess that teaches me to not get excited before the evidence. We're 8 orders away from 300? Oh! Can we get 8 more orders? FrameRatePreorders.com. Let's do it, man. I see it in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie the witness has told in court. Alright. Let me save again. Yeah, who wrote this guide? They're so dumb, am I right? Finally choose where she saw it. Mr. Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone.
I'm about to bust.
Another order? Hell yeah, thank you. 7 away. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime?
I'm about to bust.
Another one, thank you. All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from which Miss Star witnessed the crime was the security room. Take that! This is the only place where she could have been. Security guard room. Indeed, the security guard room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the 2nd floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from here. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today a man has gotten the better of Angel Star. Yo, Master and Sheik, thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the pre-order. I think we're like 5 away now. Yo,
I'm about to bust.
4 more pre-orders. Yes. Yes. Sheik, thank you for the 2 years, by the way. Enjoy your rainbow crown, which you can order now at FrameRateMerchPreorders.com. Order witness. What have you done? Used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? She talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't it strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim.
I'm about to bust.
Edgeworth, please. That truth still stands. Objection! It still stands. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. But we don't enforce that because literally everyone who's taken the stand has lied. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. How was that photo taken, then? If she was up there, who took the photo from B lot? But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Distance to the crime. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plan and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness, you...
I'm about to bust.
Oh, those are just rubber bands. Those are rubber bands. Those aren't squid wheels, those are rubber bands. The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. Also, thank you for that pre-order. I think we're 2 away now. 2 or 1. I was bringing a PB&J lunch from with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running toward the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. So she had to run all the way around and climb the fence? That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking lot in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? Oh yeah, what happened to 30 seconds? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point. And the spork is a wonderful invention. Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much for your commentary. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely! Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Raise objection. Objection! 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into nuts, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. What a fucking... But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yarg! Finally, we catch the judge. Well, then it seems we come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness, ready to go. Fortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that. We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Next, let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? Also, how big is this lunchbox? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Her hand was cut. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Oh, did I forget this bloody shoe? What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. Of course she does. Isn't the shitty hands... oh, yeah, the cop that went to Edgeworth. His fucking whole hand was wrapped up. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget I used to be a detective, as I mentioned previously. This shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Nuh-uh. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. Sullen? Sullen. You could at least study some evidence law. Really? The prosecution complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine your witness. Decisive evidence. Alright, so this shoe proves it's flawless. And we gotta press. Then we'll get another lunchbox. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. Oh, man! The peppered fish guts. This is getting more and more disgusting. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There's a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eye. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish. Oh, God. Gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? By the end, she's just going to offer you shit on rice. No, by the end, she's just going to have shit in a box. The rice is going to be taken out. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. Alright, rotate the shoe until you can present the blood on the bottom. That's my shit in a box. I wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood on his shoe? Time photo. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about his shoe. Stab the victim with the shoe. Case closed. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order, order. Well, witness. What, huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hand aside and kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure. I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though, apparently, you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness? Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yeah, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason alone. To wash away the blood, footprints. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. Yeah, why would there be water? I guess it's called an oil drum, but I mean a barrel. You could put anything in there. I guess it wouldn't be an oil drum. It would just be like a drum. Yo, Suicide Daddy, thank you for the 8 months. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's the prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Mrs. Guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star's on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Hold it. I thought the game froze. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprint. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. Oh, God. The time for deliberations has passed, or is past. Any further comments, and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. A photograph. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. Why does she have so many fucking photographs she's just not handing in? I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in the photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Brain blast! Or Mia blast, I guess. Get yourself up off the asphalt and take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Objection!
Hey, mister! You want to wrestle?
Raimundo, thank you for the tier 2 sub for 41 months. And Legitimate Dad, thank you for the 7 months. Your Honor, wait! What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph. The last one submitted. The trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this the latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem, right or wrong. I've got to go ahead with this. What's up, crazy? I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this muffler. Or in this photograph. It's the muffler, right? That is his shoe. But there's some shit in the muffler. The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe. I see. And I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking outside the car's muffler? So what if there is something poking out or sticking out of the muffler? Also, I guess he didn't. I don't know anything about cars, but even I know that's a muffler. What does this have to do with the case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's see what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth and the muffler is related to the case. Lana's cell phone. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler? Ugh! Yarg! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh, Lord. Well, it seems you will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any questions unanswered here, we will do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Whew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Mood. To be continued. Alright, I'm going to take this recess to refill my water. Chat, I'll be right back. Alrighty.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Delaware. You are Delaware favorite streamer, Raymond. Does that mean I'm Delaware's favorite? Did you forget the S? Thanks, man. Shout out to Delaware. All right, let's keep this going. February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. District Court defend. Why am I reading that? Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Yeah, pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister, anyway? Apparently, she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Oh, God. Hello, McCree. What's up, Eno? Stoneless Lizard, thank you for the 4 months. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come to take a look to see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there, anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck a many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh wee! K-Kona, brother. K-Kona. Pre-law brozo. See you later. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Oh, he is not happy. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's... It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. He ate the rubber bands? Well, then I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. What's up, glasses? Excuse me, knock knock.
Hey, mister! You want to wrestle?
No, kid, we're in the middle of a fucking thing. Can you come back later? Thank you. It was the kid. That was the kid that just came in. Who the fuck is this? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? It's you. Oh, hee. Sorry, I'm late. Uji? Uji? The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see. Eh, Uji? I have no idea to say that name. It's, Uji. Like Judgy? That's not short for judge. It's the same amount of letters. That's a terrible nickname. Just say judge. It's more syllables. Anyway, at least we figured out it's Udgy. Long time no see, Udgy. How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy? Busy smizzy, Udgy. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy. Seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Righto, the attorney. What the fuck? The attorney I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little, Worthy giving you all that trouble, huh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright? You don't know the district chief of police? I don't know anybody. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet everyone. He looks like Ganondorf. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy. It's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. Can we just say scarf? So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky was really wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigations are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've known to— oh, okay. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistake that signature is there, Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yeah? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at this, or look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it for me, I wonder? Yeah, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch end. If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Okay. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. What the fuck? More like, well, we have the touch screen now, so let's utilize it again. Wah! You scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? That does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Yo, what's up, Harvey? This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Also, he's wearing an orange blazer. Him and Butts. Why does everyone look good in an orange blazer? I need to get an orange blazer. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information. Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a sec. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, excuse me, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim. Scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well, however. Keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Present Goodman's note on unless there's... Okay. Wait a second. At last! An honest, good-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! And honest to goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife, SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. Huh, what's this? 6 minus 7S 12-2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn around, what do you get? Oh, shit! I would have never figured that out. Thank you, base guide. Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. I'm too gay for math. Math can be pretty sexy, so I get it. Order. Well, Chief. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed. We're gonna press on this. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you can help, Righto. I suppose I could help. If you could help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Where the victim was found. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? He sure did. The knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Hey, we're getting raided by Bruce! Bruce Green! I gotta fucking unmod shit. Hold on. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Please don't. Alright, you should be good now. Hello? Oh, shit, it's sub only. Wait, fuck, it's sub only. Wait! I forgot. We're good. Got it. Freshener streamer, by the way. Hey, welcome to my stream. How's it going? It's sub Sunday. I'm sorry. I've unleashed all the non-subs. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, Bruce. I don't know what you were playing. I think it was up here earlier. Apex Legends. Sounds about right. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. If anyone hasn't subbed to Bruce, he's got gifted a sub now. Sorry, Bruce. You are forced to have emotes for this awful channel. But hey, Trey, thank you for gifting a sub. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. My name's Ray. I'm just sludging my way through Phoenix Wright, the final case. I'm following a guide, though, because I'm pretty fucking dumb, but disregard that. All right, well, here we go. Since we have a lot of people in chat that can talk now, is it a ladder or is it a step ladder? I see both, but I see... Okay, well, there's a wave of step ladders. Okay, it seems to be more step ladder than ladder, so I know what I need to do now. Right, so it's a ladder, like I said.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
Who gifted some subs? Squidco! Thank you for gifted subs. Yeah, it's a ladder. You're all wrong. Stop it, please. Raiders, thank you for stopping by. Feel free to hang out and, watch me slog my way through this. But if you're heading out, that works too. Bruce, thank you again very much, man, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Hey, new people, while you're here, you want to see a cool shirt? It's gold! And it sparkles. Disregard that.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
That's a lot of gifted subs. 100 gifted subs. Yeah. That makes me an excited boy. Thank you, Neil Carbon, for the 100 gifted subs. Whole bunch of people can talk in chat now and just say how it's a ladder. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very, very much. Holy shit, that was super nice of you. Thank you, thank you. I can't believe those 100 subs are for ladder, too. Thank you. LFC Letters and Dirt Bacon, thank you for the bits and resub, respectively. Thank you very much, man. Everyone who just got gifted a sub, you can talk in chat now and enjoy your emotes. Enjoy them. But hey, FrameRateMerchPreorders.com if you want to... Oh, there's more!
Boogie, woogie, woogie.
Oh, dude, more gifted subs for ladder. I can't believe it. 64 plus 5. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I'm going to lose my voice before we finish this, and I'm going to fucking hate it. Till Moonlit Rise, thank you for the resub. Thank you. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. More gifted subs. More people can talk in chat for Sub Sunday. And more emotes to go around. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're climbing the sub ladder. Hell yeah. Ricky, what's going on? Okay. What's my current favorite crown? Probably the pizza one because it's the newest. Which you can order right now at FrameRatePreorders.com. Please order it. Please. All right. No more fucking around. All right, it's a stepladder, has a sub. Okay. Anyway, back to where we were. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy. Happy. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. We need... It's not officially linked to the case, so I can't talk much about it. We need to press them. Okay. Chief, The defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Heh, you don't say. Well, out with it, Wright. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same way. In the very same evidence room, excuse me. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. I hate that he just stares at me for a little bit. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet. And all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department. Gotta press him on that. You can't skip the stare, I know. I try to hit A to skip it, but no, you need to watch it every time. If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of them. Victim's ID number. What's up, Adam Baker? Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not, you won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 584-2189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts.
I'm about to bust.
There's the nut. Thank you for the pre-order. FrameRatePreorders.com. 82. I can't do it. You didn't even get to the first number. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department is 584-2189. This tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think, meaning it has to be what I think it is. But what does it mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? It's his fucking ID. Witness! What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing. Weed. Like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh-ho! Is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of the police gave us was 584-2189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, ho-ho! Sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a detective, Bruce Goodman, was also killed in the police department. In the evidence room at the exact time. That's impossible. So what you're saying is the same person was killed at the same time in a completely different location? Two Bruces. Oh, okay, I didn't read that. No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, The police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought... Oh, fuck. Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! This fucking doofus. You're a little late for the Puerto Rican salute, but thank you. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Uh-oh. Excuse me. You don't mean him! According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe, but your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right here on top of the report. Gah! Why did your officer tell me? What a face. Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Whoa. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But, sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then What's up with his eyes? No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? Got him, dude. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh, I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all these rumors. You were even in defendant's chair this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please just give me one more day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I'm sure it'll get worse in the future games. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Yo, it's a step ladder. Thank you for the $4.20. Anonymous gifting a sub to Ladder Daddy. Ty Gibson, Bearcat50, Red Masaru, and Pinky Toe Stubber. Thank you for the resubs. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see what's going on. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us! Okay. Weedy Truffle, see you later, man. Enjoy the lurk. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room, no biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing, I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Ooh, excuse me. Science, bitch! My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene. Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Hehehe. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that's luminol testing fluid. Oh, you mean a new DS minigame, probably. Luminol. Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, or if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me, why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? All of a sudden, I'm playing a Virtual Boy. Fucking Phoenix Wright with the big-ass red goggles. Thanks, Nintendo! I love my Virtual Boy! To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Okay. Press the A button to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. Is this Mario Labo VR? Alright, so... spray around the one pane till you see a yellow square. Okay. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? It's so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation action. Oh, okay. Well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. It's splooge. It's thermal splooge, that's why it's glowing. Or radioactive splooge, I guess. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this scientifically? The amount of blood. Hank was here, dude. Hank was here! The perpetrator, Detective Goodman, fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? Sure. See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Alright, good to know. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Ah, fuck. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star. You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. Oh, that looks good. Oh, day old deli box. Never mind. I'm good. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead and doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Unforgivable. Made her get me some, oh God, what is it? It's like chicken and waffle fries for free. Great video. Bitch, I ain't no nerd. Anyway. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. The chief prosecutor Sky stabbed a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me. They coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel, too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of the suspect. Oh, out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? Felt that I'd be finding my dream job. That's investigator. Yeah, okay. Just pretty much rehashing what you said earlier. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean present her with Goodman's notes. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal that very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Here we go. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes, so you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed toward that chain-link fence in effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. Your lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't even going to have it disregarded again. Alright, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again, excuse me. Just like that time. That time. Goodness ID. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you're the cough-up queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. It's the same idea as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. What a cast of characters. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Oh. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. If that doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. McCree! Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail. Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There's another side of the case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in this fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Oh, hell yeah, that looks good. You should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Ooh. Excuse me. That looks really fucking good. That one I'll eat, not the rubber bands one or the orange peel one. Miss Star. Officer Marshall, is he your... are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me, too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Police department entrance. I need to go to the guard station. It's even busier here than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Oh my god. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Oh, really? You think you have a clue? The big Texas sign didn't do it for you? The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. All right, now we go back to the detention center. Okay. Please! Oh, wasn't that... One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean this one? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught a criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room? Right, pal? It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Okay, bye. Wait, don't leave! If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down. They're having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. We have to go to here. And then here. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Why? What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh. Oh, no! It's Meekins. That's his name, right? Meekins? Merkins? He does have a megaphone, so. Hi, greetings, sir. We don't know who you are. Excuse me, but it's Mr. Yeah, we know. We get it. Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center. No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a lost little lamb. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins? You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Why didn't they take that away from him? Oh my god, every time. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir. Ow. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Yeah? Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After all that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Guess we'll get to that. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir? Please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive, and, well, at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of lights or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I can do. Nothing you can do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were. Huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. Why is he yelling? Yo, Blood Zombie, thank you for the bits. Will Gaming, WS Hunter, Ciola Gaming, Indo Burrito, and Kalen, thank you for the subs and resubs. Did you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir, that's it, that's it! That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card. Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you would. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assured you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. Then I awoke, and I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if the body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in that evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me, and it's on the tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the crime scene. What is with people forgetting very important information? Alright, Criminal Affairs Department. Thank God we don't have to hear that goddamn megaphone anymore. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief Detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, You know what it means? Is there any, if there's anything missing? Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. Okay. Under his seat cushion behind his computer monitor inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Aha, righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Ho ho ho! Chief Grant reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Interesting music choice. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean, the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career, but in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. There being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this is well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the Chief of Detectives' trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. Wonder what it was that he wanted the Chief of Detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Alright, back out. Examine the guy sitting here in the middle. Okay. So this guy. Oh, sorry, you had to see that. What exactly did the Chief of Police want you to do? Well, see over there, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belongs to Detective Goodman is still here. Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item. Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. Yo, what's up, Maddie? I wish I could play games like this, but I would have to learn how to read. Boy, there are some words in here that are not real words. I'm kind of just making it up as I go. It's a pretty funny game, I will say. Yo, Maddie with the 3 years. Thanks for the support, fam. Hope you're well. Please come back to Austin. Thank you. Yo, Arathas, thank you for the 27 months. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Alright, so we got that. Let's go talk, get some permission to enter. We hit 300 orders. Yes! 300 pre-orders so far. Thank you very much. Now we gotta go for 400. Dude, 300 orders in about 3 days? 4 days? I'll take that shit. Hell yeah. Please keep pre-ordering. We need to get to 420 for the meme. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Wright. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Wright, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50. No problem. Sir, can you cheer 100,000 bits in my stream? Please? So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best. Now, later, folks. Well, he just straight up gave us that, huh? Haha, it looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on a girl. All right. To the guard station. I'm sorry. We have to go to police department entrance and then the guard station. Save. It's a positive thumb gaming. Okay. Examine the door in the back. Okay. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Grant. Or Gant, rather. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina sky so gray? Yo, Brony. Thank you for the 7 months. It's McCree. You know what? It's not even McCree. This is just Matt Mercer in a cowboy outfit. I mean, he's got the hair and everything. This is just Matt Mercer. Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him? Look up, or look for. As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres. Give him the steak. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. Yo, Kaylin, thank you for the 500 bits. Here's to yeehaw. All right, chat, bit war. Is it yeehaw or ha-yee? Which is better? So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch? I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. All right, well, gave him the steak lunch. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask much anything. Oh, my God, he's like eating ass. Hell yeah. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. All right, Matthew. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Oh, my God. I love his face. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong. I keep calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what are you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Zippy? Bring back the megaphone. You know, you're fucking crazy. You want the megaphone back? No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. Excuse me. It was always my dream to be It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. Yo, Flying Panda, thank you for the 11 months. Special Eye. That's pretty funny. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago. The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals, too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them. There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and the machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Never had cauliflower. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus, the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Derek, yes, I am still here. We've been going for about 3 hours, so we're probably, what, halfway if we're lucky? Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Alright, and we can show him the ID card. Where is it? Student's ID. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this card is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. There it is, 514. Look, the fourth number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 514 right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list of the other people with IDs here. Alright, now we go to the evidence room. Okay. Oh, we have a lot to do here. Oh boy. This is a long one. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Also, shout out to the car door that's just on the wall. And the fishing pole. And the metal detector. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, hey, man. Eek! Whoa! Did I just get punched in the face? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? You did hear. Real Freak is actually a 4-year sub. Pizza! Yes, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Alright, let's save. We're gonna present Goodman's note. Oh, whoops. There we go. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. And then ID record. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Yo, what's up, Justin? I heard the rumors. Oh, my God. Whoa! What is it? The second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? What? Uh-oh. Why would Edgeworth have to come to the evidence room? So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. That means he has a higher attack and lower special attack, I believe. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in there too, in here too, Detective Gumshoe. Haha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, huh? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. What's up, Zelda? I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. You need their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. That lock, or the lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Ow. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny. They look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to these handles, see? The handles. On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. Okay. Now, that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder. A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. Mark, see you later. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Yo, Commando, thank you for the 2 months. Oh god, the megaphone or the beeping noise. Which is worse? Whew. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, the switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Slide to the other side of the room. Examine the rubber glove. Oh, right there. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It doesn't have a tag on it. Okay. Examine the piece of floor below the tape. No clues here. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, the piece on the floor. Okay.
You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Yo, Twisted, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. Thank you very much, dude. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the stickers on one of the pieces, then? Another piece of the SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. Okay. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broken. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. Yeah, that's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Alright, well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest back in place. Oh, my God. Jesus. Alright, so, according to Derek, somewhere in this guide, somewhere in this part, they tell you it's wrong. You have to, you like, over-rotate or you don't rotate enough. So this is gonna suck, asshole. Alright, so select the 5th piece. So, this is the 5th piece. Press R1 once. Then triangle after. What? Are we already wrong? I guess we are. Yep, you have to rotate that 3 times. Or left 1 time. Okay. Anyway, good start. Alright, 4th tile. Okay, that was correct. Maybe it was just the top one. 6th tile. Okay, never mind. He was wrong. Good. Whoops. So it looks like he's got R1 and L1 confused. It doesn't really stop you per se. It just, you know, adds a couple of steps. Alright. Alright. So he just tells me the piece, I guess, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that one was like 2 times R1. Okay. Last tile, press R1 twice. Okay, yeah, so some of them are correct, or some of them you're just, like, on your own. I'm glad he tells you the tile, though. Alright. R1 twice. There we go. Second tile. Press L1 twice. There we go. And the remaining tile... Oh, you just press triangle. Okay. Nope, you sure don't. You sure don't. Just press... Alright, so that was like half right. Alright. Yeah, just press triangle. Don't rotate it twice. Anyway. Huh. Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Hell yeah. Yo, W Moore, thank you for the, was that 600? 600 biddies. Hey, Ray, last time I donated, I was 40 pounds down. This time I'm glad to say I'm officially 90 pounds down. Can I get a GG? Hell yeah, man. Congrats on your weight loss, dude. Thank you for the 600 bits. Good luck the rest of the way. Unless you're done, in which case, congrats on being done. Alright, so we'll save so we never have to do that again. Alright, so now we need to do some... Alright, what do we have to spray? Press triangles for spraying. Press X where the broken tiles are on the floor. Okay. Okay. This must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. It could be money lost too. I guess that's fair. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plan. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Fucking A, Lamau. A, LMAO. Use the spray on the upper right locker to the left of the tape. Okay. Yeah, you can see this. Okay. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. And then slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Use the spray on the upper left locker where the clothes is hanging. Oh, right here. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Resub this time. Reserve. Glasses, what are you reserving? Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What's this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where'd you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Speaking of reserve your fucking, yeah, dude. Reserve your special edition crowns today. I see what Glasses was doing. Dude, 3,000 IQ plays from Glasses. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you need to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about here. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. All right, hi, prosecutor's office. Parking lots. The bellboy? Ah, guess, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right? He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry. I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems.
I'm about to bust.
Thank you for the pre-order. FrameratePreorders.com. Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. We're going to present the ID card. ID card record, rather. Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage, rather. Edgeworth, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. That's a little fucking fishy. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence screwdriver added to the court report. A court record.
I'm about to bust.
Thank you for another pre-order. Making our way to 400. Thank you very much. Stubborn as always, I told you that this has nothing to do with the current case. Present Goodman's notes. There's a lot of evidence. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yeah. Any further investigation for the case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing. Can do nothing but bust. But wait for his result. Thank you for the order. FrameRatePreorders.com. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, well, I've never seen him this out of sorts. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Yo, alternate treat, thank you for the resub. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? Tina dating with the 49 months. The first true 4-year sub. Thank you, babe. Thank you very much. Tina's the first 49-monther. Will Tina be the first 50-monther? Probably. Thank you, babe. I love you. Yo, Sparkle, thank you for the 2 months. As well. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth. What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science... Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks! How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Nice. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Super Twitchy, thank you for the 25 months. So glad people who never would have experienced Ace Attorney can now experience the ridiculous that is this game. Keep up the great work, Ray. Thanks, man. Yeah, I would have never played this game because... I mean, I guess I could have played it on emulator, but I was never really too interested in it. But achievements have me interested. Always. Ladder, by the way. Police department entrance. Chat, I just like stirring up some shit. Alright, back in the evidence room. Oh, thank God, we're on the next... the next thread. How long is this one? Oh, God, are we even close? Oh, God, we're sure not. Oh, actually, we kind of are. We have like this whole thread, which is a very long thread. And then we're at the end. The thing is, this thread takes like probably at least 2 hours. So we're one gold shirt away from 69. Yo, who wants to be number 69 for this sexy, sparkly gold shirt? Do it. Cool. So we're like 4 hours from done. What are we? We're almost 4 hours in. Well, we're 3.5 hours into the recording. So yeah, we're probably still like 3 hours out. Fucking kill me. Question for all the MLG Phoenix Wright pros. Are there any other cases that are as long as this? Or longer? In the first 3 games? Tina, I would love apple slices, by the way. If you're offering. This is the longest case in the entire series. Oh, thank God. Whew. Okay. Taking a breather. Mindless Johnny, Barrett 50 calories. Thank you for the new sub and the resub. This is the longest case. Okay. Well, the last case, case 4, that was like 4 hours. I guess compared to this, that's a short one. If we ever play the games in the future, like the second and third one, we might do like 1 case a stream. Well, 1 case and maybe something else, because these are killing me with all the reading. Also, 6-7 hours with a guide. I guess if you're skipping dialogue, it's like 2 to 2.5 hours. If you were playing this blind, this would take you weeks. I guess people are smart, though, so maybe not weeks, but it would take you a long time. Man, you really got your, oh yeah, a guide that's wrong, by the way. To be fair, it is wrong, that rotation part, but it tells you what piece it is, so if you can just look at, like, it fitting in, it's not too bad, but, you know. I guess it's one of those games where you would bust. Thank you, Hank. Hopefully that was a gold shirt. Where you would eventually just try everything. The only thing you really have to be worried about, I guess, is the trial where you can get a game over. But I guess if you just save before everything,
I'm about to bust.
You bust before you save, of course, or after you save, so you can rebust. Thank you, Hank. Then it's not too bad. But
I'm about to bust.
Once again, that's why you have the save. You can reload the save, and you can bust again, like Hank has just proven. Thank you, Hank. Yeah. Man, these games are fucking wild. I'm kind of just taking a breather here. Sorry. Okay. Excuse me. Shall we continue? We shall. Yo, Chan, thank you for the 11 months. I'm so very happy you enjoy these games. These are some of my favorites. These games are so ridiculous and over the top. They're great. I do wish they were voice acted, so that way I can, we can listen instead of me having to read. But this game came out in like 2001, 2001 in Japan, 2005 in America. Voices weren't invented till 2012, so that makes sense. The gold tees and the rainbow tees keep tying each other? Hell yeah. Okay, anyway. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in this blood on the detective evidence's locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Oh, okay, so in the guide he says, new gameplay mechanic and the most annoying one in my opinion. Great. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will left behind the clearest print. How about 3 fingers, am I right? I'll start with the thumb. What do I feel about Danganronpa? It doesn't have achievements, so I have no feelings about it either way. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, just spam in the shape of a fingerprint in the middle. I don't know what that means. I guess we'll find out here. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. 2 in the goo, 1 in the poo. I've never heard it said that way before. Oh, that's gross. Hank with the $5 says, please let me bust. Have you not busted enough? Alright, let's check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. How do you know that? With the A button, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the prints. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Did I do it? Huh? How do I do that? With the Y button. Exciting, I know. You missed. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, this looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Did you really have to blow into your mic for the 3DS? Was there no button alternative? No big deal. I'm just riding the bus to school or work. Oh, blow on the DS, huh? Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't fucking be a weirdo. While you solving a murder on a bus? Okay. So repeatedly press X while moving the cursor around. It's better to cover the whole screen in dust. Oh. Okay. This guide could be wrong. I'm just putting this shit everywhere. Alright. Just cover it all. There's probably an easier way to do this, but I'm following the guide. Just cover it all. I could probably have just done the middle, but I just spilled the powder everywhere. Once you're done, press triangle. There you go. Now snort it. I see why he did the whole screen, because it's a big fingerprint. Alright. Hey, you found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Alright, but why are you smiling while you're saying that? Out of luck. The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints. Look at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Okay. Alright. Do this now. Press X while moving the cursor around the screen. Once this whole screen is full. Repeat if you don't find a fingerprint, even if it looks like one. Okay. Ah! I hate when I'm holding my bag of cocaine and I drop it and it spills everywhere. Alright. Huzzah! Nice. Is that not it? Hello? No! Fuck! Wait, do I go back? Oh. Wait, did that not count? What? Do I need to keep blowing? I missed a pixel? Oh my god. Jesus. Alright. Yeah? Okay. The magic pixel, I guess. Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Oh, the fucking 99.9% print wasn't good enough? You goggle-wearing bitch. Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Even fucking Phoenix Wright is like, I hate this minigame. There's got to be a better way. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think of these fingerprints. Hi, babe. Yeah, sure. I love you. Are you happy with all the pre-orders we're getting?
Yeah.
I love you. What are you doing downstairs? Just hanging out? Okay. Is the pupper alright? I was gonna do that. Would that fuck this up? Oh, it's dark out now, right? Oh, open the blinds. Yes, please. If you could crack the blinds a little bit. It's getting a little hot in this room. Being a lawyer is hard work. Yeah, you have to like crack. You have to crack that open. Yeah. All right, so if you hear something slamming in the background, that's the blind slamming against the window. Hey. I love you. I will. Oh yeah, Game of Thrones starts tonight, the final season. Yeah, everyone's gonna go watch that, have fun. Tina and I don't watch it, so. Let me know if winter comes. I'll probably still be here. Actually, I'll definitely still be here. I guess I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints will we most likely find on this evidence locker? Aha! Permaban? Well, anyone gets banned. I unban everyone every year on the anniversary of the stream. So if anyone got banned today, they'd be unbanned on Thursday. And then what will happen is probably they'll come back, say something dumb, and get banned for another year. Anyway, my boy Dick. So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Okay. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There her goes sparkling again. Okay. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hands. Huh? There we go. Now I see why he just says do the whole thing. The cocaine is back. Matt Mercer, not you. Oh, God, apples are so good. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Believe it! Yo, cool, Fats. Thank you for the 8 months. All right, day 3. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished. Actually, I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they would seek capital punishment. That's what I mean. Or they wouldn't seek capital punishment. They would seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Matt Mercer. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Just let me fucking die, Lana Sky. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. I skipped that dialogue because we've read it a couple times. Also, I was eating some apples. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait? Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild. Oh no. Does he still have the megaphone? Is Eno still here? She's going to be so happy. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. Oh, my lord. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me. Actually, what? Sir, I'm what you would call part of a younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am a part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. I gotta press every statement and then watch a video. Okay. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Is he not wearing any socks? Ew. Yeah, he's guilty. He's guilty. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto to others before they do unto you. Sorry. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place at the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's back. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badge to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Oh my god. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Also, shout out to 777777 who went in for a little smoke break, if you know what I'm saying. Look at the time. He knew what he was doing. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badge to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when, yes, sir, was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Yep, we gotta do that. So, you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That very much seems like a Meekins move. That's how I got this gash in my hand. Yo, dude. Thank you for the 19 months. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hands wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. He took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Mission, sir. Jesus. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Do we, though? Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was that man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that, a videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir, a videotape. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Objection! What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? All right. We're going to watch a snuff film. Oh, my God. I hate it. Oh, his face is blocked. Great. Oh! God damn it! Thank God the Blue Badger was there. Well, where's the other guy, though? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with this unsettling feeling stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger. Why am I not surprised? This is going smoothly. All right. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do it. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Yo, Becca, thank you for the 25 months. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to been Detective Goodman. Very well. This defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay. Okay.
Objection!
Objection! Yo, Checks, thank you for the 42 months. Okay. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to another possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Objection!
Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play a security tape. Mr. Wright. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. It's a bit difficult to explain things here, so just take note of the following controls. Okay. Alright. Let's go. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up for you so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching the video. How does a guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the oh, okay. I hate this. How's that feel, chat? This thing is always watching you. It's always behind you. It's under your bed. When you sleep, it watches you. When you eat, it watches you. It's always watching you. Anyway. Alright. Once the video is on the right side of the first time, you can see the lockers on the right. Pause the video and present the light above one of the lockers. Okay. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this? Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those blurry eyes. If you get too teary-eyed, perhaps you should think it through again. Oh, maybe it wasn't that light. Seems I've been taking the wrong approach. Does it mean like the... Oh, yeah. Yep. My bad. I need to, let's see. Oh, let me save here, just in case I keep fucking this up. Oh, fuck. Whoops. This is the one I need.
Objection!
There you go. My bad.
Objection!
That's where you save. Oh, he's back. Oh, you can fast forward. Oh my god, I pressed on the locker. I hit the wrong button to fucking pause. God damn it, I want to scream.
I'm about to bust.
I am not, Hank. So, Pause is, I think pause is B and Y is present. And my thumb was a little higher than I thought. This sucks. All right, do it again. Play the video again. All right. The B button is pause. I see the light. Okay. So, I think it's this one. Present the light above one of the lockers. Okay. Imagine doing this with a stylus. I don't want to. Anyway, I think it's this one. Fingers crossed. The thing that's strange about this video has to be this. Officer Meekins, sir. Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint, and if it's a match, it opens. The light turns on, and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh, we're gonna watch this every time, aren't we? Good. We have to watch this whole video every fucking time. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Oh my, I hope you like this fucking horrific thing, because we're going to see it for the next 15 minutes. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit, fam. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. That was a face. Order, order, what's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should just keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Thank you for the order. Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Okay. Now fast forward until the video's on the right side for the second time. You can see Goodman in front of the locker. Pause the video once he opens the locker and something falls out. Oh, the glove. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker... Oh, okay. At least you can fast forward. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh my god. At least there's no music, I guess. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. I swear to God, every time he does that, it looks like he's striking himself in the testes. Also, he's hitting his cut hand. Doesn't that shit hurt? He's like literally hitting where the cut is. Yikes. Anyway, but sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often... We can't be sure that item was completely inside the lock to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? I think the lack of music makes it worse. That white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir.
You want to wrestle?
Yo, Homer, thank you for the 21 months. Short fuse, thank you for the 300 bits. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Oh, but the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But, sir, by insulator you don't mean. I think I finally got this figured out. Very well, will defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that locked the door? The Blue Badger! I found this thing in the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. Oh my god, it's just right there. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir? It would appear so, sir. Order! Order! Order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir! Me, sir. I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Yo, Parunga, thank you for the 43 months. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using that room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Of course it is. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. It's pretty funny. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Let us move on to the cross-examination. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card, present Goodman's ID. People drop their shit, man. Fucking Gumshoes lost it like 12 times. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to file out a report. Oh my god, is this a Blue Badger emote? Oh my god. It sure is. Next time we play this game, I have to put that back on. Please remind me. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing, and it doesn't even require that much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in that evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Sorry, Matt Mercer, we're about to throw you under the bus. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15, 5:15 p.m., the evidence room. The man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Oh, Glass is going to pay for it? Oh, yeah. Dude, 10,000 bits, Glasses. I'll put it up right now. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realize exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime can only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecutor's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Watching it again, by the way. Hey, there's the blue badger. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, a large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Walker! Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear the person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Lana Skye! Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Yo, Devial and Societal Squash, thank you guys for the resubs. Okay. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Fucking gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? What's up, Dong Dominator? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh ho, oh ho ho, oh ho ho. Okay, you get it. You mean this, right? I apologize, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you're the chief prosecutor or a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, the SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark. No. No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. I better take a good look at this guide. Coincidence? I think. Why no Joe Dirt? She just hands me a Blu-ray copy of Joe Dirt. You'll need this to figure everything out. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Just drinking, huh? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on that day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime in plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on the Bone Orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. What a dick. Who's my favorite character so far? Polly. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weakness now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Oh, yeah, dude. Poly and Missile. There you go. Those are my top 2. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Okay. Present his fingerprints. Which are right there. Yo, Blaine, thank you for the 31 months. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that it's you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints. Well, well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Did I see the trailer for the new Star Wars game? Yeah, but it's just like a trailer, so it didn't show anything. I'm not going to get excited until there's actual gameplay. Yo, Dong Dominator, thank you for the 16 months. Twitcher, thank you for... I'm sorry, not Twitcher. Rabbit, thank you for the 2 months. All right. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. There's wall running? Of course there is. It's a respawn game. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Okay. That's because you, how'd you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. Yo, Final Star Wall and Regentside, thank you for the resubs. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place his hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one... Oh, not the fucking video again. Oh, no. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Let's see. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Press him. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning, oh god, back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone wasn't familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present. Oh my god. Okay. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Yeah, let's! Let me read this guide here. Okay, so... Oh, I need to... Okay. Oh, I'm fucking rewinding it. Wrong button. Sorry. There we go. Bringing our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. It's true. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Yeah, eat my ass. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in the certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. How long have I been live? Just hit 5 hours. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. He doesn't know, lol. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. There it is. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What the fuck is that? I only got 1 word for you, partner. Whoa! Is that jerky? That's the only thing I can think it is. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole! Please answer the question. Was he a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Here's a look at the floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Alright, where do I need to put this? Move the cursor to B. Take that! Officer Marshall was standing right there. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. Dude, how'd he hide his hair, though? But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Why'd you have to yell? Why was that part included? Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had I guess that works there. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that man was Detective Goodman. Did you have anything to say about this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care. Okay. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. Ayo, girl. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think that locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at that time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed... Oh no. He opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps... Back to the video, everybody. Hey, dude who made this video scene. Really getting a lot of use out of it, huh? All right. Okay. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, save again. Just don't want to do this section again if this game crashes. It hasn't yet, but... Alright. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness... Yeah, whatever. Alright. Fast forward to... Okay. Blood on his shoulder. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer this is why the case takes 8 hours. This is goddamn video. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right, it seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But that's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for a small donation. Alright, we have to press every statement. Okay. I think the video's done now. Okay. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to... Yeah, I hope. We'll see. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why did he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. Oh, God. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really why was Goodman was starting to fill out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you can disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. You can burn them off like Fuckface did in the last one. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in that evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Meekins and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead, partner. Not dead yet. So you stole the evidence from your locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. The plot thickens. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case, this one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Okay. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Oh, you know. Cactus juice, my fave. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the king of prosecutor awards. Now I remember Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reasons for your insane action? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try and hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial, which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. We are more than halfway done. I can tell you by the guide. We're getting close to probably like 2/3. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg! I rest my case. Yeah, we only have 1 day left. This is the second day still. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thank you. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Just 2/3. Think of all the videos we can watch. Just proving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it. Oh, what? Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Yes, but Your Honor, please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Tina, I have like at least an hour left, maybe more, maybe an hour and a half. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day? So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. What? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have left. Or we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I need to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Objection! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. I'm gonna go run to the office, put the trash in. Alright, babe, I love you. If the only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove... Oh, it's the badger. He was blocking it. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Gasp! That's right, so long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at that spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. How'd you get over here? Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the only one who brought the blue badge to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Oh, shit! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. Oh, they're going back and forth. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize the defense's claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood marked in the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did the first incident occur? As Miss Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Now then, will the defense please present the evidence? The first crime took place. That'll be the ID card record. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Ooh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the room. The other one. Let's look at that chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777. You get it. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is... Yep. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Oh, really? Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. It's if an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777. Don't play me for a fool, pardon. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, hey. Did you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Oh, so you did answer him. That's just the way it is. We did what we had in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. A lot of fades to white here. Oh, thanks for showing the judge. Udgy. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! What is she holding behind her back? Lana's remarks caused such a commotion, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The trial would have to wait until the following day. Oh, her cut hand, right. The murder weapon. Bam, ba, bam, bam, bam. All right. God, that took a very, very long time. God, we still have so much before we're done with this thing. Well, I guess if we're doing investigating, I feel like investigating doesn't take nearly as long. Famous last words. All right, well, here we go. Actually, let me run to the bathroom before we grind this out. We can do it, chat. We're almost there. Okay. Yo, Devious, Micro Roses, Zero, Dire Magikarp, Jins, Meg Lynn, Final Star Wall, Regen, thank you. Or Regen, rather. Okay. That's a dog barking. Yeah, my window's open. It's getting a little toasty in here. That is not Charlie, though. Charlie's downstairs. She's doing fine. Did a quick little check on her. She's lying on her side. I came down the stairs. I looked at her. She raised her head, looked at me, and then laid back down. So she's fine. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Oh, yeah, we got that. Charlie would never bark? Oh, that bitch barks. Not often, though. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly, that's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happens? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Drake was not involved. When Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so bad. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Derek, home stretch, baby. Home stretch. Maybe. Probably like an hour left. Maybe more. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. Derek, why didn't you warn me about, like, the fucking video you have to watch 15 times? That shit sucks. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? Do you mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? Why do people leave out? Oh, okay. Yo, Pridemo, thank you for the 49 months. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Games like this love to use the I thought you knew trope. Well, that's how you extend the game. You play and play and play until you get to a point and you're like, someone answers something that you've been wanting to know for 3 hours, and you're like, that would have saved time. Isn't it crazy to think that this one case is longer than some AAA games? At least in like the 360 era. Anyway, detention center. Hey, yo, girl. Maury, thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, Order 1886. The game was like 3 hours long. Looked pretty, but pretty bad. Anyway, Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence, I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks, Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh, about how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from the case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it wasn't really fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Sarr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana! Lana! I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be, excuse me. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Yeah, but were they on the TV show The First 48? Don't think so. So how good were they? Bitch. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Drake. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigation. Okay. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Kevin, I hate when people say that shit to me. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. Have I spelt Lana backwards yet? Oh my god, it's anal! Yeah, I have. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Drake. Drake, goddammit. Dark. Oh my god. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, and Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Have a good night, Stride. Lana, life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. Has that police guy in the back ever moved? Or has he been there for like the 20 hours I've played this game? You think he's hungry? Think he has a family? The offices that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. He's made of wax, I bet. Okay. Oh, hey, Matt. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out the way when I woke up this morning. That's Yiddish. You never know where life will lead you. Hey, Bambina. I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Boom, 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 bam. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 87. Why is everyone in this game so young? Who's the oldest person in this game? Was it Yogi? Hey, boo-boo. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? Oh, the judge, I guess, right? Oh, yeah, who do you think's older, the judge or Wendy? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been close with his brother. Gant might be old. Well, if Gant's old, he looks great. I'm gonna go with old bag. It's in her name. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad. I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh, shit. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks? Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Oh. Nice fucking organ, dude. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Whoop. I never could remember where C was. Huh? Awesome. Thank you for playing the organ, you idiot. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. She played the THX noise. You know the one. I do. I am familiar. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. God, I love how you just fucking stare. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? This case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? A raging clue. There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Oh, whoops. Okay. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Alright, switchblade knife. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, this knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Alright. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written in somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman. What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car, so it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him to an animal. An animal? Oh my god. He killed a man, killed a kid. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, so he just killed a bunch of people after he hit someone with a car. Alright. So he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dirk's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Okay. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. What about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him to change his mind. Alright, we need to back out and go to the High Prosecutor's office. Okay. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Hey, we got an achievement coming up for looking at all the lunch boxes at least. Unless I fuck that up, in which case I'm gonna scream. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What? What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw the paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What, another allegation to me? Or what's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. I can't wait for the missed achievement. Yeah, me too. That's Edgeworth for you. Dude, Derek, I've had all this bad luck with, like, Hitman and, like, Lego Movie 2 with achievements not unlocking. I really hope this one just unlocks. Please, I need this. Borderlands for a little bit. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Okay, we have to show him this picture. No, the challenges still didn't unlock for me. I'm at 110, and there's no way to delete your data in Hitman. So I can't, like, even start over. It's just fucked until it decides to unlock, which kind of sucks. So I kind of just threw it in the back burner and hope it one day unlocks. One day. My voice is giving. That's one voice crack of many. The picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's when it all breaks down to. And nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth? I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it come to this? Why has it all come to this, rather? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought the case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long. Only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You are participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, the screwdriver. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Well, did he try the halberd on the shield to see if he was bullshitting? Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Ha-ha! And then he killed him for lying to him. Right? Like on the spot? Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely. They symbolize the merchant's items. And then Lu Bu came. And then he killed everybody because you do not pursue Lu Bu. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Oh, did he? Chief Gant. Alright. Examine the paper underneath, right. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's fallen to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? Mood. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know. The path I've walked, you don't need to... I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Let's show our boy Gumshoe. Excuse me? Oh, hey. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who's... Okay. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Yo, that Beanie Boy, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with the knife? Man, we're still on that, huh? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Alright. Oh my god, we got all the lunch boxes. 100 gamer score. Hell yeah. Thank Christ. Alright. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye, my sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I have proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Oops, I skipped one. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You'll listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Oh my fucking lord.
And shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
There are some skeletons in her bag of treats. Was that Goodman? Was that Goodman and Jake dancing together? Thank you for the 6666 Dimus 101. Appreciate it, man. Top tip of the stream goes to you. And you spooked me a little bit there. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular is almost unreal. His magnetism. By that I mean his ability to attract everyone. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake, Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake ever would have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating, Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Alright. Okay. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene, the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Oh, the music stopped. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him thus far. Or this far. Thus far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. Excuse me. Yo, what's up, Sonny? Cud New Kid, thank you for the 5 months. Rage Phase, thank you for the 26. But we betrayed him. Everyone betray me. Detective. That's it, I've made up my mind, but... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Nice. Oh, we're getting closer, chat. We're almost there. Here goes, Mr. Wright. I see the organs playing again. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! I guess he came in with us. Sorry. I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Great. Yo, MLG Mason, thank you for the 32 months. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Alright. Examine the safe in the back. There we go. This is the safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay. If you say so. It looks like a code is needed to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Ha-ha! What a great code. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777-7777. The final ID card number on that record. Yeah, just like my luggage. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... Yeah. That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Oh, examine the safe again. Okay. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. The lost piece of the vase, and then, well, this. Which is probably used to wipe away the blood. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. It's turkey art? Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? That is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of a cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't that jar a piece of the evidence from the case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't that ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mentioned it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Some fragments. Here, let's See that shard? I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what the rookie can do. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. Whoops. Wrong way. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, it means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of the jar in his safe. Emac, see you later. Why is the pilot so hard? And Gungeon? Oh, because he sucks. He's the worst character. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece you just attached. It's different from the others. What the fuck am I looking at? There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? That's blood! I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Alright, unstable jar. Alright, let's present the fingerprinting sets. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what this is, so you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? I have been, Tom. There's been 2 so far. One in case 3 and one in this one. It's in the guide, thankfully. Alright. We gotta do this shit again. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check out for prints. Or let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed in the print, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, was I supposed to pick a specific one? Let's see. Oh, the middle finger. Okay. Took the middle finger. Okay. Dust, baby! Who wants some of that cocaine? I'm Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I do cocaine. Hey. Uh-oh. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match! Whose fingerprints were they? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Thanks, man. Alright. Examine the desk. Oops. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... Nope. About evidence lists, normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Okay. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana's left, no one ever touched that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't... Nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Uh-oh. Isn't that right, you in the coat? We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Oh, is the dog okay? Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you? The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir. I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a license. Okay. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Fucking bye, bitch. Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. Uh-huh. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Crazy. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the man who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person. Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name? We read the first one. Take that! Take that! Well, Miss Sky? It's Meekins. Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant's? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. Yo, Lonely Cast, thank you for the 300 bits. Hey, I got an hour left of my birthday, so I will share the sellout love. Hey, man, thank you for the bits, and happy birthday. Hope it's a good one. Or hope it was a good one. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmise. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. The serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave the knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Okay, well, that wasn't... You did that of your own accord. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Here I go stabbing again. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was the evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh. You mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Don't show the video again. Please. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman, tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have had disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Oh, please no. Okay, I guess your back is turned to me now. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial is the only way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Alright, one last bathroom break, and we're gonna finish this shit, chat. We're so close. Oh my god. Yo, can we get to 100 subs, though? We're right there. We're 7 away. Can we do it? Please, while I go empty my bladder.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
Okay. All right. Yo, Spade, thank you for gifting. Was that 6 subs? Hell yeah, man. Thank you. Omega Flare, thank you for the 10 months. That should get us to 100. I don't know why it isn't updated yet. Am I going to upload this in 2 parts? No, why would I do that? There's no reason to. All right, here we go. I delete my save. I would fucking scream. This is the defendant lobby. All right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma? for that matter. It's almost as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you've already figured it out, who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number doesn't belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. Sam, see you later, man. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But you didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much, that's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Excuse me. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Fucking see ya, bitch! This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Or on him. Oh, no, on her. All right. Pop. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Remember we had to cross-examine a parrot? Yeah, like 3 years ago? Good times. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Yo, Shotgun, thank you for the 250 bits. Fill that cup up. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't, Your Honor. The defendant's claim does not change the defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. But why does she keep turning around? She's talking to flags at this point. But it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now if you please. Huh. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. How did you get there? I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With that sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As the first witness, prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of Joe Dark Killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. It's an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth behind this trail. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and then he stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There's a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was a pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told Detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes. Detective Goodman, he was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more? So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words wouldn't just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to be lost. Evidence list. Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture, and yet you would insist on denying its existence? What? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence just for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what's this?
I'm an adult version.
Yes. The judge has come to a realization. Who is that? Yo, Neutron Sean winning the timing award there. Thank you for the 29 months of being a tier 3 sub. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Oops. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then that may be... Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Has he never turned it around at any point? It's possible. Let's see. When you grab a piece of paper, sure you don't do this all the time, but maybe for important pictures, you don't just be like, you just flip it over, see if there's anything on the back. You yourself said this is a short list. Maybe they wrote it on the back. Nope. Why would I check that? Oh, because I'm a fucking idiot. That's why. That's the noise you just made. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh no. Oh no! It's back. That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly the act of vandalism is the work. Or this act of vandalism is the work of certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your minds. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Stabbing him with a Wii remote. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. Objection! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture, the witness drew, contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. Well, yeah, that would be faster, Judge, but then the case wouldn't take 8 hours, would it? What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? Move the cursor to the broken knife in the hand of the attacker. Take that! Rudy got the chalk. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look close to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid that it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? Okay. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. Uh-oh. That's why I asked her so many times to see was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? Yo, what's up, Shiz? What's up, man? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Objections going left and right. Guys, we're almost done. We just reached the 7-hour mark. We're so close. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Drake. Dark, fuck. You used to call me on your cell phone. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. Kevin, I'm fucking losing, man. It's 10:30. I've been playing this one case for 7 hours. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? We're 7 hours in, Judge. Pretty fucking high, don't you think? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error, Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. Boy, howdy I do! So feel pleased to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this, the real murder weapon. The team picture, right. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right there. That, the knife halberd thing. Right? Maybe that? Right here inside the picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Yo, 64 plus 5. Thank you for the 666 bits. For your patience, have some bits. Thanks, man. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the king of prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the only one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? Yo, Greenie, thank you for the 500 bits. This is to go toward your admittance to a psych ward after you finally finish. I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Oh no, the music. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. It was the badger. It was the badger. It was Blue Badger, dude. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now Blue Badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife? Just then, there was another flash of light, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, oh, hey, stop. Please don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. Did she just run across the courtroom? But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay. Yeah, dude, we're 7 hours in. We're riding this through, man. Okay. Okay. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Presser. His shadow? Do you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must have mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she saw. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I just might know. The Blue Badger, hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mumbo number 5. I mean, it is the defense's belief that the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in an instant? Please show us the mysterious Blue Badger. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But Exactly what is this? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them. Oh, God. I've got to show... Oh, fuck. Alright, so we have to rotate this. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. It's got to be, like, super... Like... God. Was that good, maybe? Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny that this jar resembles resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. It can't be. Oh, shit, I got it. First try. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Objection! Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, yeah, me with just a fucking jar turning it like this, one question remains. Okay. What's your point? What do you mean? So that Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us what's different now that we know the witness saw the jar. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Sorry.
I'm about to bust.
I am about to bust. Thank you, Hank. I'm slowly dying. Thank you for the pre-order. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Well, that would have had to been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. The man was knocked...
You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. Was it a sword? I thought it was a spear. Whatever. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, Assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, she killed him. Yeah, bitch, you're fucked. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? That's why this... No! What? That's why the sister didn't want you to go to jail. Teenagers, man. Teenagers. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Oh, fuck off. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this on her? Or pin the crime on her.
I'm about to bust.
Thank you, Hank. Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body is to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on a testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? Just be safe. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. What? For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one matter or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left for you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the pieces of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, it's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. If I can connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. It just says sub to twitch.tv/brownman. Just spell out fart. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Gotcha, bitch. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. EMA stands for Eat My Ass. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ack! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Oh. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. We're at the bottom of that long thread, chat. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 things left. 6 things left, rather. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Sorry, Dick. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And on top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Wait, didn't he say that already? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. Alright. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was just talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Yeah, Rule 1, Rule 2. Yep. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Alright. Doesn't look like that a book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't yet begun. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer's still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people, and it's time to bring it to an end. Like me. It's hurt me. Shut up. Guess who's the best fiance in the world? Well, that would be you, Tina. That's pretty easy. Why do you ask? Or why do you say? Oh, no, I guess that was a question. I'm losing my mind. Help me. Ugh. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. It's me because I made Brave Burger and fries for dinner? I'm gonna fucking annihilate that food. I'm gonna vor the burger and fries. Alright, I gotta finish this up. We have food on the line and time with my fiance. Fuck this game. Let's do it. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, cough, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably. I made you 3 because I know you're hungry. This is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness, Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring up the real murderer, Mike Meekins! It's Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant. Or Damon, not Damon. Fuck, I can't read. Damon Gant. What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? I'm hungry, that's what the grim face. First, let's clear up the SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Ouch. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut. Does it? Does it? The police chief has the right to testify. Refuse to testify. Then I better hit him hard and fast. Okay. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Present the jar. Close combat from Pokemon. Great fighting move. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't be making the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Udgy. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Phoenix is drenched? Dude, he's always drenched. Press on rearranging. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is the benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of your SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh! Oh, that's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. I respect that. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you didn't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho-ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Choose point out accomplice. Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it were to benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That is not what I mean. Very well, then, who is the person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence? There she is. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister? Lana. And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? It's been 7.5 hours, Judge. Please. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order, I said. Order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that is impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. This is the ID card list. Yes, this one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. I like how, like... Oh, we got him on the ropes! I like how Phoenix was just like... It's your number. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have to give it to report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention... Oh. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my god. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. No one would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That's a ladder, not a step ladder. No, I got you, Edgeworth, I know. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know, and everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body, Mr. Wright? Show us this evidence. To move the body, the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver, but what does it have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car! Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. All right. It was exactly the opposite. That typo threw me off. $30 game, by the way. Remastered, by the way. Literally unplayable. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're gonna just run away after all this. Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. I'm aware. This court will not tolerate any accusations against us without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Grant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? No proof yet. No use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble. Well, you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Blue Badger! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of the proof of testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial, someone right in this room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Lana Skye. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Angel Star. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The courtroom... Oh my fucking god. Chief Gant, I thought you were gonna eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Wait, what do you mean? She is guilty. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Did he literally just blackmail her in front of everybody? Okay, if there are any further objections, this court is now in recess. Okay. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Haha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office. Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. You mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, hey. Murderer. Emma, are you okay? You fucking throw anyone else into a spear? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. You killed a man! Ever since appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Please! This has to be the finale. Has to be. We're gonna hit the 8-hour mark, by the way. I'm so happy I fucking have tomorrow off. I'm just gonna go into a coma. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye, and remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth, of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Longest case in the series, by the way. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! Lana! This is true, then. That means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I found the body... You say you did all this by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor Ward's knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies, all just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why'd you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar was shattered during the events threatened by my plan. Yes, we gotta present the jar. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that's true, if that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention. Or even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's... Okay, yeah, I said that right. That's significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. You dumb bitch. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and his bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. One more cross-examination after this, chat. One more. Let's just save. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright, the fragments were so large. Present the jar. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe, but how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. We hit the 8-hour mark, by the way. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. It's been 8 hours. Please. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for okay. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Nope. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Oh God, Jesus! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis. Stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana might be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Once again, it's a staff. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. It's a spear, once again. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. It's a step sword. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Oh, the book. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in this book. Oh, there we go. Oh, God, Jesus. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I have contacted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. On this picture. Gasp. Mr. Wright, that piece cut... Oh! That piece cut off from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it has fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are... Uh-oh. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Yep. Sure will. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright, this is the end, chat. Oh. Oh, no. Come on, come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What now, you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements, or to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Right now, we save the game just in case it crashes. Cannot show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. Idiot. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know those fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Wrighto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happens. What? You mean you admit it? You admit to it? Excuse me. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use this situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This is before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? We're so close. But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan... Those burgers are probably cold by now. I'm sorry, Tina. This game just doesn't end. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What, do you take me for a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Wrighto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence present. Foolish move, Wrighto. You could have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. 8 hours, by the way. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. Alright, show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, yeah, about that. Ho ho ho, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Because you probably would have fucking pushed me on a statue too, you psycho bitch. I mean, I forgot. Oh ho ho! You're really something, Wrighto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Yeah, Emma, right? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along. Oh, me. What? You acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? I didn't do anything. She killed him. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Or tyrannical, whatever. I can't read. I'm hungry and tired and sad. Alright, Lana's picture. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. But that piece of cloth, there's no blood on it. Wait. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. He's on the ropes again. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. It's still a spear. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. None other than Larry Butts. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Well, not yet. Oh, no. Heh. That was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. Alright, yeah, we were here. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Not. I admit I refused to present it at one point, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Udgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... Alright. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Evidence law. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when that picture presented? When was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Yep. Skip that, because we were there. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. Save just in case. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand this all over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling whenever he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. What's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in any of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Because there's no chair. Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. Same case, by the way. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds... Oh, okay. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, and you might just make it to the top. Oh, a smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky? And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet... you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as accomplice. A trial will be scheduled later. Like, the next game later? Yes. I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Yeah, like a trial I'm not involved in. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Oh, no shit, you think? Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky... Oh, Cody, no. Cody, no. All right, I'm taking your Raiders and we're going somewhere. Hey, man. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. I've lost the will to live. And I'm going to take you guys and we're going to raid someone else in like 5 minutes. I just need to die first. I've been doing this one case for 8.5 hours, but we finished. We finished. Hey, while you're all here and spamming, check out FrameRatePreorders.com. Maybe get a shirt. That'd be nice. Cody wears them. He likes them. He likes our merch. I'm just saying. That is all. This court is adjourned. All right. Sorry, Raiders. This is Sub Sunday. I have to go back till the end. Till the end of the stream. It has to be in sub only. I'm sorry. Thank you for the raid. I love you. I'm so tired and hungry. Have a good night, Afro. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have the past 3 days. You've done well. Yo, Coop, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Ninja Monkey, thank you for the 3 months. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh my god. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Dick, please. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around, all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. Fucking, why are you saying that again? Why is it looping? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Deja vu, again. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Alright, but how about the 2 guys behind us? Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis? I know we're at the end, but you just never know. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. Why do I have to be here for this conversation? I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Yeah. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. This game does not have autosave. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis? I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because it's so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path.
I'm about to bust.
I am about to bust. That is my rightful path. Thank you, Hank. And thank you for the pre-order. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the 2 sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth, stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Bye. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes, Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Yeah. You're both the same person. I gotcha. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither... Oh, I need to give him the evidence list. There you go. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half, not the other. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Okay, bye. Mr. Edgeworth, he's back. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Okay, bye again. Edgeworth, what will you do now? And he's back. Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Okay, bye again. I'd better get going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific Investigations. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. I mean, she's 16 and the other, Lana's like 20-something. They've been alive for a while. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. What? What do you think, I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? No fucking kidding. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. We've done it. And time. All right, GDQ, what'd you think of that run? I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Now we gotta watch the credits, guys. Come on. We gotta put together a hit list of everyone's name who made this case 9 hours long. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Babe, my food is probably ice cold at this point. What does it matter if we go another however long these credits are? Oh no, don't yell. Don't do it. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partners keep an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Oh no, not again. Why are we looking at that thing? Oh no! Great, this is the last thing I want to see after 9 hours. This fucking demonic thing. Hit a dab. Good enough. Woo. Oh, this guy. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah, man. Whatever you say, Matt Mercer. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. What was that awkward pause? As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Yeah, Ben! Brandon. Oh, what's the judge have to say? I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see. What was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh, no. I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. What I want to drink? Bleach, like a gallon of it. Maybe Windex if we have it. Diet Dr. Pepper will suffice. Yugi Moto? Oh, hey. Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon, training's about to begin. Well, see you around, Nick. I already poured the iced tea. Oh, that works. That's fine. Thank you, babe. Is the second game on Tuesday? Yeah, a random Tuesday in 2030. We'll get back to this series. Kentaro Ohira. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth? Right. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? At least there's no more 9-hour cases. Yeah, they're only 8.5 going forward. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Can I open this? Alright, I don't know why she was so weird about that picture. Salute! I just worked 9 hours for 15 gamer score. I've lost control of my life. Oh, do I not save? What happens if I go to continue? Oh, because I'm going to a new game. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, it's over. Oh, you're all good, Cody. Thank you for the raid, man. All right, so let's start up the second one. Who's ready? Justice for all, or? YouTube, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I did enjoy the series, I will say.
You are my dad. You're my dad.
Thank you, Cody,
Woogie, woogie, woogie.
for the 5 gifted subs. I guess I could let the subs, or the non-subs free. Whoops. I can't command. There you go. YouTube, I did like the series. This case was very long. Like I said earlier, that was, what, 8.5 hours? That is longer than most games. And that was just one episode. But we will play the second one at some point. No time soon, because I need a break. But better or worse than the Dead Rising achievements? Oh, this is way worse. Dead Rising is way better. See you later, YouTube. Take care.